Greetings all. Thank you for attending this April 10th regularly scheduled board meeting. Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Dr. Akbar.
Here.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Here.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Here.
Mr. Perry.
I'm here. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance if you're able. And Vice President Autry, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
With liberty and justice for all. So next, we're going to proceed to item 1.3, Community School Reflections. Does anyone have any school reflections? Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so since we last met, I had the opportunity to attend the COSBA convention, and that is the Consortium of State School Board Associations. And also the Urban Boards Alliance is a part of that. And so I just want to thank the district for the opportunity to attend that. We hear our teachers talk a lot about professional development. So this is like the professional development for school board members. And it was reaffirming, it was refreshing. A lot of the workshops that I attended centered around mental health, poverty, self-care, and elevating student voice. And so it was just nice to see, as always, Akron always seems to be kind of ahead of things. I went there to learn new things, but I always learn that we're already doing many of those things, but it was very nice to be amongst other school board members who are experiencing the same challenges we are, and to just be reaffirmed in what we're doing here. One of the highlights was a keynote speaker, John Quinones, and for those of you who don't know him, he's a reporter, and he also has a show called What Would You Do on ABC TV. And that show essentially puts a mirror up to American society and kind of helps us see how we would respond in times of folks being treated unjustly. And so it was just really nice to hear his story. He shared about Upward Bound and how that was what really gave him the success that he has now. One of the points that he made that just kind of was poignant for me, he talked about getting to a certain level where people think it's important to talk to movers and shakers. But he said, don't forget about the moved and the shaken. And so I kind of liked hearing that. And so one of the other themes that I heard throughout the conference, they talked about the Maasai tribe in Africa and how they greet each other, Kasirian Ngera. And that means, and how are the children? And so that was a theme throughout many of the workshops that I attended. And it just challenged us, you know, we talk about student voice, but do we have the courage to listen to the student voice? And so we have to keep that in mind as we're moving forward, because if we want to hear the authentic student voice, we have to have the courage to enact and consider some of the things that they share with us. So, but a lot of other things. Again, I'm thankful for the district for the opportunity. Also, since we last met, I was able to participate in the visit over at Helen Arnold CLC, where our governor and First Lady came to visit, and we got to witness the science of reading and how they go about that. I learned about macrons. I couldn't believe these young people were talking about macrons. And for those of you who don't know who that is, what that is, that's that little symbol, that little U symbol that goes above vowels that are the short vowel sound. But I didn't know that as a kid in second and third grade, but they did. But it was just very, it was nice to be a part of that. Principal Davis and her team over there did a great job of being host and showing off what APS does so well. So thank you to that team over there. Also, I was able to attend the Path to High School Success Female Conference. The theme was called Hello Beautiful. Allison Strickland and her team did an amazing job. It was just a room full of many strong, powerful women. I was happy to be amongst them to share about what school board members do, and also my career as a nurse as well. So thank you to that team. It was an honor to be there. And then lastly, since we last met, I attended the Cell Phone Summit over at ECLC. Thank you to Mr. Nolan and the team over there for hosting that event. It was moderated by Kent Boyd, and there were several students representing many of our schools in the building, and we should really be proud. They were very articulate. They made some really good points. And again, we have to be brave enough to listen to that student voice, lean into it, and make sure that we include what they think in our solutions. And so I think that's all that I have. I know we have a full agenda tonight, but that is my report.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Are there other? Yeah, Mr. Alexander.
I also got a chance to attend the Cosmo Conference, and it was very well attended. It was the inaugural conference. It was their first conference they had, and there were some very good general session speakers. I think each general session that I went to, the speakers were really good, and the breakout sessions were good. There was a lot that they talked about of school board members and our roles of school board members and leaders in the district. There were, as Ms. Autry stated, there was mental health. They talked about mental health, how important it is for our kids, but also important for the staff as well. There were, and I left my notes at home, I apologize, but there were some other sessions that I went to as well that dealt with kids' voices and how we, the one session, it talked about how we as adults, we listen to kids, but we don't listen to kids. And a part that we don't listen to is what they're trying to say to us. And he talked about the from age 90 on down, and how we broke it down in sections of how each individual can help within our society, meaning our kids, even our they call it Generation Z, how they are very important as well, but how the Gen X and so forth. But it was very, very interesting because it lets you know that we all need each other, and we can't always look and say, our age group was better than the other age group, or this group was better, because we all need help, and we all can work together, and everyone has a voice. So that was really impressive to me. This guy, I can't think of his name, he spoke. He has a book out, an 800-page book, and it talks about a whole lot, but he had some other things he did. He's worked all over the world. He did some sessions over in Italy as well with their school district and kids and people. So it was very, very interesting. So as Ms. Autry, I'm appreciative that we have the opportunity to go, because we do learn and we get a chance to sit and talk to other school board members across the country and find out that they're having the same issues that we're having. But I'm always, as I always say, that I'm glad I'm here in Akron, because we don't have as many as a lot of these other school districts have, and we should be thankful. Our problems that we have, or we think are problems, are something we can work through and we can make it happen, but we have to appreciate that and appreciate each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Are there other comments? Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, and thank you both, Ms. Autry and Mr. Alexander, for your comments. Mr. Alexander, especially the comments about listening to young people. I think when we actively listen and engage, much can happen. And I too am grateful of being part of the Akron Public School District, because I have found in my short time here that teachers, staff, and administrators have been very collaborative and willing to listen and engage, and I'm grateful and humbled by that. But that's how we make change happen. And since our last meeting, I had the privilege and pleasure to visit Bookto, both the middle school and the high school, and I was interested to see the middle school students and watch them engage with their students. And you know, a lot of times people say middle school, that's a challenging grade. That's my sweet spot. I love the middlers in the middle. So I told Ms. Beecher I would love to come back and really sit and spend some time in the classroom. English language teacher, she was walking her students around the campus, and they were engaged and happy to just be out. And I was able to take some pictures and just laugh with them. Additionally, I was able to visit Bookto Middle and talked to the culinary arts teacher. They were just returning from a competition they had with Garfield CLC at the Akron Zoo, and they were very excited about it. The students were engaged. But most importantly, I love how the instructor was engaged and how she was excited for her learners, and she was just so amped up about it. And I think that's contagious, and that's why her learners came back especially excited. Also, Ms. Autry, some of the young ladies were coming back from the conference at that time, and they were very excited and hopeful, and they felt inspired, some of them said, about what was shared with them at the conference, so that was a wonderful experience. I also, as Ms. Autry shared, had the privilege to be at Helen Arnold to meet the governor, Fran DeWine, and that was a great experience. But I think the best part of that, we know that LaMonica Davis is a wonderful administrator, and Helen Arnold has a special, Val McKittrick actually told me this when I first came on the board before I visited. She said, it's something special. Have you been there yet? And I hadn't, but I understand what you mean by that, something special. So while we were there, I guess my favorite part was I hopped in some classrooms while I was there. And so, of course, I went and I visited Miss Wilkerson's class. The kids were excited. They had just finished their English language state testing. And those tests are 90 minutes, so they have to sit for 90 minutes through that test. And I asked them, how did they feel about the testing? Did they feel the practice testing helped them? And they were very encouraged and excited. And even the teachers were excited that they're going to see some gains. So I love to see that. And I told them be encouraged, because the math test, they were having, I think, the next day. Math was the next day. Next week, after spring break. Okay, yeah. So they have math after spring break. So I said, just remember, you guys are prepared for this. You are ready for this. Be excited. And I want to come back and visit you after those are completed. And then I went downstairs to a first grade class. Miss W is what they called her. I can't remember her name, but Miss W, first grade teacher at Helen Arnold. Anyone, y'all know her name, who I'm talking about? Okay. And I loved how she managed her classroom. Her learners were engaged. She was multitasking, which I love to see a teacher do. They were coming back in the classroom. Students were sitting down. If you know first graders, young people, they're all over the place. So she was multitasking, talking to me, redirecting learners, giving treats to the learners who were on task, and they were too excited, just excited about being in school and excited about learning, which speaks again to the culture and the climate that is at Helen Arnold CLC. So it was a wonderful visit, and it was my pleasure to be amongst them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Are there other?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, Bookto is having a senior project, and it is a hair show. It's going to be April 21st, and it's $10 to attend. This is one of those project-based things, right? So the students get to actually put their skill and present it before all of us as a community. So I think this will be great if we can come out and support this as well, because the great thing about having college and career pathways is that when we have students, these students, once they complete their cosmetology class, are able to sit for state boards. And then they become licensed certified cosmetologists, so they can make a living right out of high school while they're in college with the skill that they learned from high school and didn't have to spend thousands of dollars going to beauty school. So we definitely want to highlight that, and if you guys can come out again, it's April 21st, Bookto High School, and it's $10. You can go on the website and see it, or my Facebook page, Carla Jackson for School Board, or Bookto High School. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Jackson, anything else? Okay, gotcha. Dr. Akbar.
Thank you very much. So first, as I think everyone knows, this is my last meeting as a board member, and I wanted to say I was pretty excited to go to COSBA, and I decided that it was in the best interest of this community and the district that I not go, so that we wouldn't spend funds knowing that I would be leaving. But I am glad that all the great things that Mr. Alexander, Ms. Jackson, and Ms. Autry mentioned happened there. Our board, just wanted to say something to you each. I really value each of you and appreciate each of you and your service. Although I didn't know everyone before serving on this board, I do think that getting to know you and getting to work alongside each and every one of you has been a great pleasure. Even when we didn't agree, there was moments where we could find pleasure in it. So I appreciate that. And specifically to Mrs. McKittrick and Ms. Autry, two people that I've known long before joining the board, I want to say publicly to both of you, it is good to have friends like you as colleagues, to be able to bounce ideas off of, but also to, in some ways, know how you think, because we've been kind of working together for so long, even before the board. And for all of us to come together as 7, even though, like I said, I only knew 2 of you really before the board, we've all still were able to gel and find ways to move forward. And so I want to appreciate each and every one of you for that. We all stand on the shoulders of some pretty big giant champions who served this district, such as Helen Arnold, Linda Mobian, George Miller, Martin O. Chapman, Sylvester Small. I can go down the list and name others who have really paved the way for each of us. And for this to be the first time in the history of Akron to have 6 out of 7 members be black, I think that that's something to note, and that we should be not only celebrating, but when Ms. Jackson talks about excellence looks different, that's why I think when you see a board not only more engaged, but also elevating and amplifying the voices of our students, the voices of our employees, and more importantly, the voices of our children and their families, that's why you get excellence looking differently, because many, if not all of us, have grew up or still live in communities where there's a lot of adverse impact from negative decisions, not because anyone is at fault. And so a lot of times we try to get too caught up in who's to blame and assignment of fault. We lose sight of what the real need is and what the resolution is. A lot of this that we're solving for today preceded everyone in this room. And so if I could leave any type of message, just to say, to each of us and whoever else sits in this seat, who takes my seat, to think about, this is not time to assign fault or blame, or to say this is this way because of X person or X board, but let's talk about what the need is and where we need to go. And that's been my focus, and I encourage this board to continue that. Also have, had a pleasure of working with both Ryan and Todd as treasurers of this district. And so I wanted to thank them both for, coming along with me. And then, as both of you know, and even Dr. Thompson, now with LTOP, knows that my brain starts to percolate when you give a presentation, and I start to think of, okay, here's a gap, now how can we fill it? And then send you some interesting alternatives for you to consider, and I appreciate you always going with me on that, all 3 of you. I appreciate it. Also, I wanted to, if I could, just a point of personal privilege a little bit, to also say that to this community and to this district, that we have one fine administrator and educator in Mary Otley. She is a true collaborator. She is thoughtful. She's inviting and selfless. And I am so appreciative of the time we've had with you as the interim superintendent and I wanted to publicly encourage you to apply for the permanent role. Since I won't be on this board anymore, I could do that and say that I think that you are perfect for this community, being from this community, and also understanding what it needs. And when I talk about equity, it's not just talk. It's about action and decision making. And so I appreciate that we can have advocates and champions for APS and our residents and people who have lived the struggle, if you will. And to know, for everyone who's wondering, I've gotten so many questions. I'm not going anywhere, so I will still be a resident of Akron, and so you can't get rid of me that easily. That also means I will also be as loud, if not louder, of a voice for our children in this community. What we need to do to make sure that the most marginalized and those who live on the periphery of the decision making that happens every day in City Hall and here and even in the county are brought more to the center, and that their needs are what is not only heard and given opportunity and space to be put out there, but actually strongly considered. That means that this district can rely on me for the levy, because we will need one, and any other effort that needs support, I will be there to champion on the other side of the board in the community, because I know way too much now, and I know the dire need that this district has, but more importantly, I know the value, I know the worth, I know the genius that exists within this district and in all of our schools. And I can't unknow that. And so I will always be a champion of this district. And a few of the last things I wanted to say is I wanted to talk a little bit just briefly about the Miller South building, which sits right in front of or behind, depending upon your orientation, Lang Field. And I wanted to share with this board, I know I won't be here, but if I could do anything but encourage this board to consider, instead of giving that building to the city, to consider giving it to an organization like BWECA, who's looking to put an Afrocentric community center, and what better area would it be to be there? And so I just thought that would be a good thing to kind of advocate for. If that school moves, that building is still important for that community. And that could be a great way to keep that community live. And not, one of the things we've talked about is not leaving buildings vacant in communities, because we know that the impact that it has on that community. So that's just one thing I wanted to advocate for. I know that's going to come down the pike at some point. And then if I could encourage our board to continue to believe our residents when they share the long-held experiences that they've had with this district and in this city, and to continue to amplify the voices of those most marginalized, more importantly, not just their voices, but their needs, and to ensure that our decisions aren't exacerbating their current conditions. That's very important to me and to others, and always making sure that children and families come first. And when you do this, political powers and those with long-held political, status tend to have a space of uncomfort or discomfort, and that's okay. I think that sometimes we have to ensure, in order to truly have equity, we have to subordinate the voices of the political powerful to the needs of the people who are most marginalized and who bear the brunt of our historically poor decision making. And again, I use those words not to incite people, but to say that they have been poor decision making because they have adversely affected a certain population over and over again. And so I want to make sure that we're not here to assign fault or blame, but to also make sure that we focus on the future and progress of this community. And I want to end by just saying thank you to the citizens of Akron for your confidence and your vote for me to sit here, but more importantly, to everyone who has consistently made way for me to serve this community, and to also entrust that when they came to me with a concern that I would not ignore them, and I still won't. And so with that being said, I just wanted to offer those words and to say that, you know, even though I did not graduate from Akron Public Schools, I've spent the last 14 years in Akron, and probably close to 12 or 13 of those working with Akron Public School students and administrators. And you couldn't tell me I wasn't Akron Public Schools, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Burt. Definitely appreciate it. Are there any other requests? I'm sorry, any other community reflections?
I do.
Yeah, Ms. Jackson.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not want to close this out when NJ said progress of the community. I want to give a shout out to Jackie Silas Butler and Stancy for their work on Project Grad's March Gradness. It was a wonderful program, and as you know, Project Grad gives so much money to our learners to help elevate them into college and to support them via scholarships. So I just want to say kudos to Project Grad for all the hard work that they're doing, for the wonderful events that they hold, because surely the events are worth every dime because it's helping to support learners, but also it's a good time. So they really are creative and innovative with the programs they put forth. So kudos, Project Grad, for everyone who worked on it, the committee, staff members, you did a wonderful job. I also would want to give just a quick announcement. The Judge Harold K. Stubbs Scholarship banquet is coming up. It's not going to be in person. I think this is the last year it'll be virtual, but it will be on April 28th. Judge Harold K. Stubbs was a graduate of Bookto High School, and his wife, Sandra Stubbs, served as a principal at Bookto High School as well. So when we talk about excellence looking different, we're talking about people like the Stubbs family who still continue to pour into this community, into our school system via scholarships. So if you're able to support via an ad or just be in attendance, you are welcome, and it will be greatly appreciated because, again, excellence looks different, and what you feed is what will grow. So we need to support our young people with scholarships and ensuring that they are sustained when they go to college. Thank you.
Well said, Ms. Jackson. Other reflections? Okay, so next we're going to move to a request to address the board. I'll read the preamble here before we get started. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. So we'll move to the list. We have Steve Noem. Please, sir, step to the microphone. Right here.
I sent an email out to, I think, all the board members. I don't know if you saw it or not. If you didn't, it would be better for you to review that because it's more in depth. But for 32 years, I was a sanitarian at the Akron Health Department dealing with housing problems in communities. And then I went on to doing school inspections and the like. Now, the other day I was driving through by Goodrich Middle School, and I was shocked to see the condition that school is now in. And when I inspected it, it was a pretty nice school. And then it made me think of Rankin School, and that was also a nice school when I was there. And it's also, they're no longer owned by the school. They've been purchased and allowed to fall into decay. And I looked at Goodrich and Rankin together, owe over $240,000 in taxes hasn't been paid. And it made me think of Lane School. When I was first starting to work for the city back in the early 80s, it was a school that the city, or that the school system had shut down and sold, and it was sitting there vacant, open, an eyesore, and a detriment to the neighborhood. And it concerns me when I see that the school system shuts down a building, sells it to people that apparently aren't capable of taking care of it, and allow them to become a blighting influence on the neighborhood. And that would suggest that maybe when you shut down a school, you should just tear it down. Well, that's not exactly right either. When you demolish a school, even if you replace it with another school, it has a tremendous negative environmental impact. And I think of Firestone Park Elementary School, which I also inspected, which was a very nice school. And as a member of a group called Progress Through Preservation, we had hired an architect to review that. And I have copies of the report if you never saw it or wanted to see it. But that's also a very nice school, and it pains me the idea that if you were to shut it down, it could end up being like Rankin or Goodrich or Lane and become a neighborhood detriment. When you tear down a building and replace it with another building, it takes like 30, 40, 50 years for the environmental impact to balance out. So I really encourage you to think twice before you shut down a building and without any viable or likely future prospect to let it sit there as a real negative situation. I also inspected North High School, and I inspected Kenmore. Those were nice schools. You know, yeah, they weren't brand new, and it worries me when I hear somebody say a legacy. I got the impression legacy means, oh, it's an old school, tear it down. Old schools have shown that they can do the job. They can teach people. They can be updated. It's not as shiny and bright as a brand new school, but they can be very useful schools, and they should be treated that way. I say Kenmore shouldn't be gone for good. North High doesn't need to be torn down. These buildings can all be renovated, updated, and the quality of materials that were used in these older schools was definitely better than when I talked other school officials a few years ago, and I'd say, well, what about this? And they say, oh, we can't put this in the new school, it's too expensive. These others, we can't do this in the new school, it's too expensive. All things that the old schools had. So I think you need to appreciate what the old schools have to offer, and appreciate what the damage is when you shut one of these schools down. So that's my input. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Cazell Smith, Sr. Cazell.
Statement of concern to Akron Board of Education members from Cazell M. Smith, Sr., President, South High Class of 1967. I reside at 1191 Dover Avenue. 4 votes and run. When I was elected to Summit County Council in 1991, some of the incumbents invited me to an orientation, a briefing on the lay of the land. One of the topics was get 4 votes and run. This meant that out of 7 members on council, there were 7 votes. If 4 votes were delivered and or committed, regardless of other input was given, public meetings and or discussion, a group would go through the motions, however, had no intentions on changing their vote. This was contrary to me because I had come out of an environment of citizens' participation, non-elected, non-appointed citizens having an impact on decisions that affect their lives. When government entities hold bogus public meetings, when decisions were already made in back rooms, it is called citizens' observation, not citizen participation. It is hoped that it is not the case with the Akron Board of Education advocating moving Miller South out of the Shabundi Hills neighborhood. Something just ain't right. Keith Sweat said it best. Something just ain't right. Our Board of Education, right or wrong. When right, keep it right. When wrong, make it right. We deal with the right and wrong on the ballot box. The ballot box giveth and the ballot box taketh away. Blessed be the ballot box. Oppression. It makes little difference if your oppressor is black or white, if you are being oppressed. When I went to South High, I lived at 407 Livingston Street. It is not there anymore, just like hundreds of other family homes, churches, and businesses were uprooted because of the inner belt that goes nowhere. Thousands of people were oppressed by the oppressor, government. Now the new oppressor is the Akron Board of Education. The Akron Board of Education wants to inflict more oppression on us by taking our school. The response from the Akron Board of Education to people that have been oppressed is, let's do it again. When it is time for a levy, the Akron Board of Education runs to us like people run to the liquor store when it is time for the liquor store to close. Wards 8, 4, 3, and 5, in that order, overwhelmingly supports the levy. Parts of Ward 4 and 5 are in the Shabundi Hills neighborhood. Although we overwhelmingly support the school levies, the response from the Akron Board of Education to people that have been oppressed is, let's do it again. Demands, cease and desist on plotting to remove Miller South Visual and Performing Arts from 1055 East Avenue to Kenmore. 2, meet with our preservation of Miller South leadership team in the next 10 business days to go over facts and figures on bringing the Miller South building up to building standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Denise Lamson. Denise Lamson, Lamson. Okay. Next, then we'll go to Eric Cooper.
Hi. Members of the Akron Public School Board, I'm Eric Cooper, a former resident of Kenmore for 30 years, 1994 graduate from Kenmore High School, board chair of the Kenmore Neighborhood Alliance, and a real estate agent with Coldwell Banker Schmidt Realty. Today I want to say a few words about the importance of education in our community and why our Kenmore neighborhood deserves to have Miller South Performing Arts School on the old Kenmore High School site and keep Piper CLC moving it to the Kenmore site as well. It's time for Akron to quit ignoring the needs of Kenmore. Our neighborhood is in need of help and a little compassion. For a century, we have fought to be recognized and often been forced to feel like an outsider observing from the sidelines. It's time for Kenmore to be the neighborhood that goes home a winner. Our residents need a reason to be proud and to celebrate. You, APS board members, have an opportunity to act as a hero to a community that deserves a hero and a little support from the outside. As Akron's second largest neighborhood, it's time for Kenmore to be handed a new day, ray of hope, and an assurance in APS's long-term commitment to our neighborhood. As someone who has worked in the real estate industry for the better part of 20 years, I know firsthand that the number one thing families look at when choosing a place to live is the schools. Good schools strengthen communities, create a sense of belonging, offer a sense of pride, increase home values, and aid in supporting local businesses, to name a few things. However, we have seen a decline in our schools as a cluster and as a district, and it's had a negative impact on our community. Families with a choice don't move to communities without schools, which drastically weakens the local economy and sends the housing market into a downward spiral. Vacancy and blight decrease the safety and health of residential neighborhoods and tear the fabric of the community. For this reason, Piper cannot be the next school to close, and KHS cannot remain vacant. Piper is one of the schools that isn't failing, thanks to the support of great teachers, staff, and families. Likewise, Miller South, a school which coincidentally was part of the Kenmore cluster until 2000, is excelling despite their crumbling infrastructure. And it's all thanks to the hard work of their teachers, staff, and families in Miller South. As an organization, KNA has been working hard to bring vibrancy back to the community by leveraging what is already here and already good. We're grateful to the city and funders who have joined us in these efforts. However, it's not too late for APS to join us too. With Pfeiffer and Miller South, what Pfeiffer and Miller South are doing align perfectly with our goals for the community. I thank the board members who have committed to this effort, and I invite the others to do the same. I also want to share with you that I have a petition signed by more than 1,500 people who demand that you stop disinvesting in our community. Our community needs good schools, and we have an opportunity to make that happen by bringing Miller South to the old KHS site and keeping Pfeiffer at the Kenmore site as well. Let's work together to invest in our community and provide our students with the opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Next, we have Lauren Pursuti. Okay. Next, we have Jim Ballard.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Jim Ballard. I have lived in Kenmore community for 45 years. I've raised 2 sons, both of whom attended Kenmore High School, and because of the wonderful teachers and the staff and the mentors there, went on to successful college careers and beyond. I coached youth baseball in Kenmore and at Akron high schools, including Kenmore and East High School, for nearly 20 years. I am a songwriter with multiple album releases. I am a producer, a recording engineer, having produced many bands and artists. I've lost count. I've been a film score composer and a traveling musician, both on my own and with a full band. I have played in nearly every one of the lower 48 states, from venues the size of Jilly's to college concert halls to amphitheaters the size of Blossom. I have recorded artists from rock to rap to reggae, from pop to polka to punk. I give guitar lessons out of my studio to everyone from Miller South students to retirees. I tell you this not to talk of myself, but to tell you that there are more, many more, of me in Kenmore. One of the 12 or so recording studios in Kenmore, all are within walking distance of our empty and unused Community Learning Center campus. We have 3 music instrument sales and repair stores, one of which specializes in what are called high-end, handmade boutique instruments. One that has catered over the years to the likes of Chet Atkins, Joe Walsh, Jimmy Page, and even me. We have a luthier, which is a builder of fine handmade instruments, plying his trade just blocks from our Boulevards district. A dance studio, the only studio in the area that makes steel drums. We have 4 active working venues, all of which hire and encourage live original music bands. That's not the same as going to your neighborhood bar to hear your buddy's band play Eagles and Nirvana copies all evening long. It's original music, crafted, created, and played by our local musicians. And what art renaissance is complete without cafes, salon society, book and hobby shops, artisan shops, and art galleries, all of which we have all within walking distance of one another. Original art by local artists now hangs in our music venues and tea shops and bistros for sale, some for exhibit. 5 years ago, no, make that 3 years ago, I couldn't have said these things to you this evening, though back then they were dreamt of. The artists, the musicians, the artisans, the luthiers who are increasingly finding their way to Kenmore are a bank. They are a repository, a treasure of genre, style, idiom, talent, ethnicity, gender, experience, and most important, institutional memory. All of them are there to ply their craft and their talent, to pass along the hard-won knowledge and lessons they've acquired throughout their lives, be it just starting on a new career or an art's life spanning decades. which brings me to an oft-used phrase, maybe a little too often, but I'm going to use it anyway. If you build it, they will come. In the film Field of Dreams, Shoeless Joe Jackson asked Kevin Costner's character, Ray Kinsella, "Is this heaven?" Ray says, "No, this is Iowa." Should you happen to meet me on Kenmore Boulevard and ask that same question, I would have to reply, "No, this is Kenmore." Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move, we're going to go just a tad out of order here. So we've gotten some questions from the community with regard to STEM as well, regarding the placement of STEM middle school versus the high school, whether about Leggett. I think there were some questions about that option. And so what we've asked is Dr. Thompson to come back and just present that option again, so that way this board could see it and the public could see it as well. With the hopes of, I think that there are some questions that board members are going to have around that now, in light of some recent feedback that we've gotten in the last 4 to 5 business days. And so Dr. Thompson, if you wouldn't mind stepping to the podium, and we're going to walk through the option. Again, there's one option we're going to walk through today, and that's really a refresh of the option that had proposed the STEM middle school going to Leggett and STEM high school going to the STEM middle school building. So, and then following that, this brief presentation, we'll open it up for questions from board members. So, thank you, Dr. Thompson. And while Dr. Thompson's pulling it up, I'll just make one more comment. I do feel like it's imperative to remind those who are here as well as those who are watching, because I continue to get emails that suggest that the public believes that this is a very recent process, and so I just want to reiterate again that this has been a process that began almost 18 months ago, under the former superintendent, and has continued, and that there was a public portion of this that began back in September, which was the LTOP committee. I've been very transparent about how that was not very well attended either. And so the point we're at now, we're thankful to have all the participation in the last 6 to 8 weeks. But again, I just want to make sure that people know that this is not a recent process. This is nothing about this is rushed. We're happy that we have the kind of that we have been receiving the kind of feedback we have the last probably 6 weeks now. But again, I do want to make sure that we let the public know and let you all know that a lot of time has been spent by a lot of our senior staff and current and former superintendent, Dr. Thompson and others, to really thinking through all the permutations. And so we're not here to suggest that we have the perfect plans. But again, we did want to reiterate that this is not something that is being sprung at some late juncture upon the public. So anyway, so having said that, Dr. Thompson, I'll turn things over to you if you want to review option 6.
Sure. Well, thank you, Board of Education, Ms. Otley, and Todd. Thank you, Mr. Adkins, for the opportunity to present. But before I start, I have to say, Ms. Jackson, I am incredibly excited about what you presented, and I'm wondering if I go to Bookdale, can they do anything with this on that open day? I mean, there's a lot, right, we could do with this, is what I'm hoping. Maybe some curls or some waves, I don't know. So they'd have to put some more in there maybe, but I'm thinking that'd be a good thing. But you kind of stole my thunder just a little bit, Dr. Hall, because I also wanted to shine a light on the fact that this has been a very long process, well before my arrival. And you see a lot of light bulbs up there, I cannot tell you how many iterations, thoughts, and plans have gone into this. All the building assessments, for example, are not created by myself or some administrator. They're all created by architects, Hammond Construction, et cetera, et cetera. They've even been reviewed by multiple architects to ensure that what we think is real is real. And then, of course, probably our most reliable source are our own people who are out working on these buildings every day. So that's in concert with the fact that I think we all know when we started these building projects in 2004, when they began, there were 37,000 students in the district, and now there are 19,000, a little over 19,000 students in the district. And so it's bringing about change that almost has to occur to some degree or another. So again, been working, searching for that best plan since September of 2021. Just a reminder, Miller South going across the top gives you an idea of the number of students enrolled. In black, what is allowed to be enrolled or the maximum, and then below it in red are the actual numbers of student enrollment. So Miller South could have, for example, 495 students. They currently have 360 students enrolled. And the STEM middle school could have 108, and you can see going across, they're closer to capacity, but they're still under capacity by about 22 students. And so for total, there are 1,227 seats available, and 987 of those seats are filled. And you can see across the bottom our current enrollment, 215 students at Pfeiffer Elementary School, excuse me. So this is one you've seen before, and I'll go through it again. So the proposed changes to facilities and operations include the closure of OTT to relocate those programs in 2024, the closure of Miller South, Firestone Park, Pfeiffer Elementary, Stewart, and Essex. Construct a new North Campus. It's important to remember that that is coupled with seeking a 1.75 mil permanent improvement levy, which would provide the funds necessary to pay for the construction of that building. Repurpose one existing CLC, and I'll give you some more information on it. Currently, this plan calls to relocate the middle school, STEM middle school, to Leggett, and providing a budget for retrofits of that building. Convert the middle school to the high school. We'll talk a little bit about why it's that recommendation. Certainly doesn't have to be that, but why you read it the way that you read it. Construct a new Kenmore School, grades K through 8, which would house the Pfeiffer Elementary students, and relocate the Performing Arts program in a new facility. Move all the East 6th graders to East CLC, and open preschool programs in CLC Elementary School where space is available, and construct a new athletic complex on the former Kent Middle School campus. And in this particular plan, it would call for the administration led by Ms. Otley to collect those funds and then probably build it in phases as we collect the revenue in order to do it. So what does that look like from a budgetary impact? Those closures of those buildings result in an estimated, probably conservative, but an estimated number of $2,230,000. Construction costs have skyrocketed, and we've gone over that, significant increases in construction costs. Kenmore building that would house both Pfeiffer Elementary and the Performing Arts program, and to give it all the things the Performing Arts program would need: theater, music rooms, dance areas, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be a state-of-the-art building. Is $61 million, including demo. The athletic complex, you've seen different iterations where different monies are used to pay for the athletic complex, but in this proposal, we would fundraise those funds. North Campus, again, is not reflected here because the North Campus would be phase 2 after the passage of a 1.75 mil permanent improvement levy. In this particular iteration, Leggett would receive $2 million in retrofits to make it workable for a middle school science program. That's a $63 million budget. Where does that money come from? The certificates of participation, which we've talked about, is $10 million. Renew America's grants is $5 million. ESSER, or general fund, of $33 million. The LFI funds, this is one of the differences in this plan as compared to a very similar plan, which I know it seems there's some vacillation about what is the right choice. But just for clarity, in this plan, that $15 million goes into the construction of the building in Kenmore. That's how the certificates of participation are at $10 million instead of $25 million. That's $63 million. So a $10 million cop steel would cost $817,927 estimated per year for 30 years. We have the deferred maintenance and staffing reductions of $2.2 million to give the district a savings overall in this plan of $1.4 million per year. So phase 2 is the construction of North High School, which has gone up significantly. Even when we began this process, as all the administrators will know, numbers we were originally looking at were as low as $65 million, and they've gone from $65 million to $80 million just in a span of about 1.5 to 2 years. That's the passage of the 1.75 mil PI levy to support it. So where do we get the money? It would be an $80 million second $80 million cop steel, but only taken out after the revenue stream were created or passed by the community. That's what this plan calls for. So that's a total funds of $80 million for construction. That's $5,188,260 per year for 30 years to fund that facility. The revenue from a PI levy, an estimated number, is $4.9 million, leaving us upside down $2,888,260 a year estimated. But remember, we have, in the previous page, we're carrying over a balance of $1.4 million, making this total plan with the 1.7 mil levy pass, 75 mil levy pass, we still would see a savings of $1.2 million a year with all of it bundled together, provided a levy passes. So I wanted to give you some information about specific to the buildings, because there are certainly challenges with moving any building into a CLC. I do want to remind you that about House Bill 110. Keep in mind House Bill 110. Keep in mind the fact that we're losing student population. And by all accounts, we will continue to lose student population. And again, that's not a negative reflection on Akron Public Schools. It is the city of Akron, and it goes beyond the city of Akron. It's all of Northeast Ohio is losing population. And even suburban schools are losing students at a high rate as well. The population of students just isn't there. There are only 27,000 school-age students in the city of Akron now, with the vast majority attending APS. So Leggett is 54,000 square feet. The average size room is 900 square feet. And the National Inventors Hall of Fame building, of course, it's a much better building. No one's arguing that. It's much larger. A lot of this space is open space. Each floor, if you can picture on each floor, they have the big area I don't know what you would call that area, like a vestibule area on each level of each floor. It's not, that 127,000 square feet is not 127,000 square feet of classroom space, is what I'm trying to say. But it is definitely a beautiful building, no question. And the average classroom size there is 850 to 950 students. Or excuse me, square feet, not students, I'm sorry. We don't have 950 kids in one classroom, I promise. So what are some of the impact on our scholars? So some of the pros of this plan, our kids would attend newer, updated schools. We would equalize the experience of sixth graders in the East Cluster with the rest of the district. Longer period of time and with a different population of students. That's probably more age appropriate. Places an educational facility on the Kenmore campus. I don't know if you can tell it from your seats, but I've bolded this next one because it speaks to Leggett, why middle school, what would be the reason to move the middle school to a CLC and move the high school into the existing National Inventors Hall of Fame. STEM high school students would remain adjacent to the UA campus. Currently, we have 34 STEM high school students who attend UA classes. Part of the philosophy of this programming is that those students would have the opportunity to attend college classes. That's part of what is supposed to transpire there, where there are no middle school students who attend college classes. It helps address House Bill 110 concerns with declining student enrollment by repurposing an elementary school and helping to increase enrollment numbers in our other elementary buildings. It has a minimal financial impact. There are cons, of course. Some students would be required to attend other schools. That might not be walkable to them, as it has always been. And I think we all recognize that that is not our first choice. Plan still requires redistricting of North Student Cluster. So there would still be required to be movement in the North Cluster, because even with a new North High School, that does not address the overcrowding in some of our other buildings in the North Cluster. As if I say may, Deb Folk will over here give me the evil eye. It will require additional busing. Okay, satisfied? All right, thank you. And North High School will require significant repairs and upgrades prior to it being built. There are just some dollars that would have to be invested into these buildings, into this particular building. Certainly not at the rate, if we knew a new building was being built, would certainly look different than if we had no plan for that building. But I would be remiss not to mention or to say publicly that we're going to have to put money into a building that we hope to tear down.
Okay, before we go to questions, actually, if you want to leave that last pro and con slide up, I think for everybody to view, that'd be great. So before we open to questions, I just want to make two statements, and then we'll open the floor to questions from the school, from board members. One, I do want to address the concerns that have been made regularly with regard to what we do with the buildings that we would close. Because that has been, and rightfully so, it has been the source of a lot of anxiety. So, for example, what would we do with Miller South or Essex or Firestone Park or others? And the one thing I think you've heard, those of you who watch these board meetings, I think you've heard most, if not all, of the members of this board at one time or another, be very clear around the fact that we would want to make sure that there was community involvement in making that decision, that we would seek to learn from how we did it previously, if that makes any sense, because we don't want to put buildings into the hands of people that have no plan or finances for how they address or utilize those spaces. That's not something that we're looking to continue to contribute to, and so I think that you could count on a pretty good, pretty robust community conversation where we would be partnering with other business leaders, city leaders, community leaders, parents and families around what we do with the school that we would close, so that way we don't continue to create more blight, in our community with regard to that. That's the first statement I want to make. And then the second statement I want to make is, as we think about this plan, I've gotten a number of emails that would suggest, and I'm sure it's not just me, where I think there's very real concern, that our plans with respect to STEM, that it would result in a reduction or a dimming, if you will, of the light that is our STEM programming. And that's the other thing I just wanted to make sure that we were being very declarative on here, is that this would not be a step backwards with regard to the STEM. This district would remain as committed as we always have been to STEM education. And, what we're discussing here, again, it does not mean that we are rolling back or reducing STEM offerings or STEM services or STEM staffing or anything like that. So, we're not going to be engaging in activities that are going to put our credentials at risk either. And so again, I get to use this chair at times to address the mis and disinformation that's out there on these topics. And so those are just two declarative statements I wanted to make. And then I'll open it to questions from members of the board with regard to this plan, or they have questions or comments about other options that have been presented previously as well. Dr. Akbar.
Yes, I have 4 or 5 questions, but I'll ask 2 and then wait. The first question is more for clarity, Dr. Thompson. In this plan, it says that Miller South would close June 2024, but the new building would open August 2025. Is that a typo?
Yeah, it would have the new building. Miller South would have to stay open until they could transition in.
That's what I figured, but it was okay. So that was a typo. Okay, so then hopefully that doesn't count towards my questions. One of the questions that I've continued to hear is around North High School and what if we didn't tear it down and build new? So, and I think someone mentioned it earlier today as well. Can you just share with us some estimate, and maybe Deb folk might be able to help too, but estimates on what it would take to renovate the current North High School to bring it up to code and standard versus building a new building? I know you talked about it at another meeting, but since we're talking about it today, it might be helpful.
I think one thing that's really important to recognize is once you start making renovations, then all the codes that were grandfathered from because of the age of the building are back in play. Things like fire suppression systems, elevators, ADA accessibility. The list goes on and on of requirements that once you start a renovation, you have to take on. So our estimate on that building to repair it, which is over a year old at this point, was over $50 million. So it doesn't seem reasonable to put $60 million into a renovation of a building when you could build a brand new building for $80 million, for example. So while the new build is still a bit more, and then the additional problem that you have that is a significant challenge for the district is while you are completely renovating this building, which would take probably 2 years, year and a half, where would the students go to school? That would require swing space for 1,000 students. And that brings about a whole nother set of challenges and costs in addition to the renovation itself. We don't have any building where we could swing 1,000 students without significant renovations to a building just to swing them to. So that sincerely creates a problem. But the most pressing needs at North High School right now really are twofold. The heating system, which is copper piping inside of the walls, is the original copper piping, and it's very thin. So in order to get to it, we have to tear the walls down and replace pieces of the copper piping. And you don't know where you got to guess where the break is, break into the wall, and then the roof needs completely replaced. So those are somewhere in the neighborhood of about $15 to $20 million just for those two projects. And we don't know what we're going to get into until we start tearing the walls out.
It's on your question, this question. Okay, because I'm piggybacking off of this one question with NJ about North. There was someone who came and they addressed the board, I believe the last meeting, in regarding North. And the proposal that person had said at the time, as I recall, was that there was enough space on the North property that a renovation can happen, like a build could start happening where the learners could remain in Old North, and construction can happen like on a new wing. Like, the reason why I'm asking is just like innovatively, is it possible to have like a new wing built on North that will address some of the spacing issues while the students remain in the old building, and then they can students can be moved as that's completed and work done in the old building, and it would still save costs? Or
I think what I hear you saying is it an option to add a wing onto the building? And the answer is theoretically yes. There is space, by the way, that the buildings, we have an overlay of a new constructed building on the same property, and without creating a need for swing space, because we would tear down, they would stay in the north all the way until the construction would be completed on the same campus. But adding space or adding a wing, while that would be nice addition onto the school, it still doesn't solve the problem of the, maybe $50, $60 million renovations that would need to be made to the rest of the building. And one wing certainly wouldn't be big enough to house, all the students while we renovated. I'm sure but I get your point. And if it was, you could probably phase it. I think that's reasonable if that's what the board wants to do.
No, I was just thinking for options, because also the man who was just here to talk about the Preservation Society, and having someone come and take a look as far as what he's saying, because old bones sometimes are good bones. When you look at a 2x4 that was a real 2x4, or brick that was solid brick at that time that it was built, versus what we may be getting now. I'm just wondering what that would theoretically look like, and could it be more advantageous or possibly cost effective to do that?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. We can certainly look into that if that's the direction we want to go.
Also, real quick, I just got a note from the live streaming folks that they're having a hard time hearing us. So if you could try to speak directly into your mics. For some reason, I know you are, but I can't hear you. It's not being. Is your mic up?
It was off.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So just sound check on that one. Dr. Arp, I'll be back to you.
I do have two other questions. I appreciate that. So my other question has to do with Leggett. And so you mentioned in the asterisk that it would retrofit Leggett, but I didn't see a dollar amount attached. Or exactly what does that mean? Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, we created in this plan, there's a $2 million budget for things like, the building was built for an elementary school, not for a STEM school. So it would need some additions in the science department for sure. So upgrading it so that they can do, the type of rigorous science courses that they offer. Additionally, there's some high-tech equipment that would be needed to support the curriculum that they currently have and have accessibility to, because the goal, of course, would be that, at least from a programming perspective, there would be no difference between one building and another.
Okay. Thank you very much. And my last question, for at least right now, has to do with Miller South. I've also gotten some emails and conversations, some calls about Miller South, the building, and there being a desire to actually keep the students there in that building. Can you share with us, I know you shared before about how much we spend every year just to keep it up and, all the HVAC. Can you share what the concerns are with that building and approximately what the price tag to just address those needs are?
Sure. To talk to our maintenance department, more specifically our head of facilities, Mr. Boxler, he will tell you, and so will Deb Polk also, will tell you that that building is a building that every morning in the winter when the heat comes on, we all say a collective short prayer and hope that the heat actually comes on. It is one of our buildings that is in the greatest state of disrepair. You can't necessarily see it with a naked eye. It's all the bones of the school, just like Central Howard. It's similar. When you walk through Central Howard, aesthetically it doesn't look bad, but there are significant challenges to that building, all the way from roofing and windows and ventilation and access to the heat. The heat at Miller South, for example, is baked in concrete underneath the asbestos flooring in the concrete, which is where all our heat pipes are running. So Miller South, and this is again not my opinion, this is coming from our experts and our architects, is saying that it is just not cost effective to renovate that building, that it's much cheaper to tear it down and build new than it would be to try and renovate it.
Other questions or comments? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Dr. Akron, I asked my question.
Roger that. Ms. Autry?
Thank you. So my question is around the economic differences in moving STEM high school to Leggett and converting that versus moving the middle school, STEM middle to Leggett.
Right. Well, I would submit to you that a high school would require significantly more upgraded science labs, for example. Tamiko, if you could help me for just 1 minute. There's some programming that we have at STEM High School that takes specialty space. Tamiko is the director of specialty schools, Tamiko Hatcher.
To Dr. Thompson's point, there are some college and career academy programs that are unique for secondary students that would require some extensive renovation or to place those programming in an elementary building. As you guys mentioned over at Buchtel, to move a cosmetology unit into an elementary building would take significant renovation. There are 2 programs over at STEM that deal with trying to remember both of them. For some reason, they did slip my mind, but there are 2 programs that are there that would require.
One on each floor as we were designing it out, I recall.
Yeah, so making sure that those students would get equal to or better programming in an elementary building would take significant renovation.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
And thank you for that. And you may want to stay up there because, so STEM, I'm sorry, respectfully, STEM middle school, though, also has, like right now, the current structure of the middle school, they have significant science labs. They have open space where they hold open meetings and display. So what are you saying that that all that would be able to be duplicated at Leggett for them because whatever their lab is not as extensive as what's in a high school? Because they have a very elaborate situation in STEM middle.
To maintain the culture of STEM middle school, to move it to any elementary school would in fact take the same, my estimate is the same renovation and or thought to maintain the culture.
Okay.
They do begin with the morning meeting that takes all of their learners, 400 learners, into one area to begin to disseminate information and to ensure the STEM culture and climate. So it's not only just the classrooms, it's when you look at the relative size of moving a building that is into a third of its footprint. When you look at the square footage that was in a previous slide, it too would impact the culture and climate. I can tell you that the educators there are really eager to find a permanent home, and they're willing to go through many of those changes. But it does take they've established over years and years of careful thought and planning a culture and climate that is unique. And no matter where the board decides to place their new home, it will require that same type of innovative and forward planning.
And I want to be clear that I do not think, and I'm sure Mr. Hatcher would reiterate this, there's going to be some impacts and some adjustments, but the reality is we are losing. I would say this, we have a year, so in theory, we could move forward with this planning without this being completely defined and look at other opportunities to get out of the box to find other spaces. I'm not saying that that's not possible, but we would have to make this budget work, we'd have to stay within whatever dollar amount we want to set for retro or renovation would be the budget, no matter where we were going to go to retro and renovate. But just from a logical perspective, if you have two facilities and one is superior to another and you have two programs, just logic tells me, maybe not all you, we can differ, that your high school would be the building that would have the higher end facility than the middle school students. Because the experience of STEM high school should be more rigorous and expanded than the experience of a middle school STEM program. Ideally, you'd have them both, and and we tried. We've gone every pathway, putting them in the same building. We've tried. I don't know how many more options there are out there, but we certainly exhausted many, many, many ideas.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Jackson.
To the gentleman's point who addressed the vacant buildings and how they become blighted, they're getting sold to people who can't afford the buildings. I think he made mention of Rankin and Goodrich having like $275,000 in unpaid taxes. Is it possible, or do we have the information, if organizations do obtain these buildings, such as the organization NJ mentioned? I know nothing about the organization, so let me preface this with that. But will they be able to get it like a tax abatement in order to establish and get the building running, something like, I believe that like organizations like Amazon get?
Well, it's important to note, and Ohio Revised Code requires, if we are to move a building, we can't give a building away. We have to auction a building. But there is a pathway where there would need to be some coordination, but a school district is legally allowed to sell to another government entity a building for $1. And then the city statutorily doesn't have the same requirements that a public school has. So in a previous district where I worked, we closed an old building, gave it to the city. The city gave it to a food pantry for one. So each transaction was a total of $2, and then a food pantry was born. So there are some innovative, out-of-the-box ways that we can potentially look at whatever building we might close, providing a benefit to that neighborhood and the community if we approach it in collaboration with the city, and we need some partners, of course, to make that happen.
Thank you for that, Dr. Thompson. I think that sounds like an idea. Thanks for sharing.
Other questions or comments? So, Dr. Thompson, I think one of the common thematic elements to the questions that you were getting, it sounds like to me like board members are kind of in their heads trying to weigh the pros and cons of the high school going to Leggett versus the high school going to the middle school space. And I think that I think the questions, and I know I've gotten offline, were really related to that as well. I think the question was, well, did we really think? So one question I got asked was, do we really think that $2 million to retrofit Leggett? Do we really think that's the number, or do we think it really would be higher than that to get that school appropriately retrofitted to facilitate the same or similar level of STEM programming, to be able to support a similar level of STEM programming? Just to know if you had any thoughts on that.
Well, certainly, if I had a $10 million budget, we could spend it. There's no question about that. And there are some different options out there that would be superior to the one we're discussing right now, but that is juxtaposed against the fact that we have a budget that we have to be responsible to and for as well. So, and then, of course, these funds that are being funneled into facilities, which I think all parties would agree is necessary, we still have a strong need to support our scholars in the classroom through various programs that we think will be beneficial to our students as well. So where does that, so we're working in a small budget, and I think it's incumbent upon the administration, which is what we're trying to do, is give you all the most information we can to help you make the best decision that you can, but there is no perfect solution because we need about $100 million more to do that.
Okay, roger that. So, but in your opinion, with the time you spent on this, in your opinion, given two roads to choose, you would choose the road that moved the middle school to Leggett and moved the high school to the middle school location?
I would. That would be my personal recommendation, only because, as I explained earlier, I know that it's going to impact the culture, as Mr. Hatcher mentioned. It will impact the culture of that middle school. I know that. But if Miller South is a great example, they're in maybe our worst building in the district, but they have an incredible culture. They've made it work. If you've been in the building, and they took this old building and painted it, and it has a really cool vibe when you walk in that building because they made it that way. So that would be incumbent upon our leadership team to do that in whatever building and whatever kids go to it. That would be our job as leaders to make sure that we create the best academic environment that we can possibly create. So your flagship is your high school, not your middle school, and that's why I would put, for me, logically, you would put your high school in the in the grade A facility.
Gotcha. So the last question I was going to ask, and if you don't have the numbers, that's okay. I'm just ballparking it, right? I mean, so we talked about in the budget $2 million to retrofit for the middle school going to Leggett. If we were to put the high school there, though, what is the thought process around? Well, I guess what are your thoughts around the differential with respect to the cost to retrofit it for a high school versus a middle school?
Well, one cost is, and I'm not sure because we didn't look at it for this purpose, but we don't have a parking lot. First, I mean, and you hate to spend, $800,000 building a parking lot, but we'd have to build a parking lot just to support the students. First of all,
where?
If you put the high school at an elementary school, in any elementary school, in any CLC, because they didn't build parking lots for students, they built parking lots for staff, and our staff would still occupy those parking spots. So that's just one example.
Okay.
And the other example, of course, is we can do more minimal science classroom upgrades than I think you would expect to see in a it wouldn't make a lot of sense to be in 7th and 8th grade and go to these amazing science labs and then go to high school and go to significantly reduced science labs. And on a $2 million budget, when $1 million of it goes to a parking lot, $1 million doesn't go very far in retrofits. So I don't know that $2 million will get us exactly where we want to be. We may be hopefully finding ourselves in a better position down the road where we can go back into that building a few years down the road and continue to do some upgrades for that programming. I'm not sure we can do it all at once, though.
And then, I'm sorry, I did say last question. So I'm just trying to do justice to comments that people have reached out to share. So I want to make sure I'm asking some of those questions too. I got a question about well, could you renovate the middle school to further enlarge it, and and add the high school, because the middle school building I think is bigger as far as enrollment anyway. But is it possible to renovate the middle school space to make it larger so you could have all the kids in the same building? And so I don't know the answer. I just said, but I did promise I would ask it if I had the chance. Yep.
I don't know exactly what that would look like, but if that were the intention, several iterations ago, it was a plan to renovate the Morley building, which we did fairly extensive preparatory work. Obviously, we didn't lift a hammer, but preparatory work to understand how we could build that campus, which has a lot of great advantages, but that's another $20 million.
Okay.
So that in order, and if Morley were added to this plan, that COP steel would go from $10 million to $30 million.
Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, this was a question that was asked to me. I'm glad you said that, because I just remembered. Yeah, with Miller South, wherever it is moved to, will the name George C. Miller go with it? Because that's something I was asked about. Would that name George C. Miller, since it was named after George C. Miller, would it go to the school with it?
There's a lot of things I think I need to answer, but that ain't one of them. That's for you guys to decide. I'm staying away from that hot potato all the way.
I just want to make sure I asked that, because that was a question.
Well, we did have some conversations. Just so you know, in design, there's a lot of different ways we could design that elementary school and the performing arts school. So theoretically, I think you could. This side of the building on this entrance is Pfeiffer, and this side of the building and this entrance is still Miller South, if that's what you wanted to do.
Thank you.
That's kind of the out of that one, I think.
Dr. Akbar.
All right. So first, to Mr. Alexander's point, I got that question as well. And I was happy to share with the two people that asked me that question that we actually worked on a policy. We worked on so many, you probably forgot. But we worked on a policy a year or two ago, Bruce and I, Mr. Alexander and I, on with the administration on renaming buildings and facilities within buildings. As some of you probably know, there wasn't really a policy on that a few years ago, and so we worked on that, working with our administrators, and I know DEP folk worked with us heavily on it. So the board now with that policy, if I'm remembering it correctly, can take suggestions from the community 30 days before it votes, and then also leave it up to the administration to conduct those community forums to get potential name suggestions and changes, and bring that to the board for a recommendation for a final vote. So that is something that can be had. There is a policy. Since I am a policy person, I always want to point back to that. And also, I think we worked hard on it so that we could make sure that the community could be involved in that process. And so that is this. But my other point that I wanted to make, if I could transition, is not a question, it's a comment and a concern that I have. I don't know how to reconcile it, so I'm just going to say it out loud, and hopefully greater minds can help us reconcile this if it's possible. But I have a great equity concern about any plan that leaves North up to vote for a levy. I have real great concerns about that, mainly because there's a large immigrant population and English as a second language population that lives there, and to ask the entire city to vote just for them to support capital improvements while we use all other funds for schools that, like Miller South or even STEM, that has greater, broader appeal, is a great concern to me. I don't know how to reconcile that besides saying I don't like any of the plans, but that's not good enough when you have to make a decision on something. So we're in an impossible situation with so many different softwares, but if I could make one last appeal as we're thinking about these plans is it possible to figure out a way to where we're using the funding that we have to solve for North, and then leave maybe some of the other programs for a levy that might receive broader base support and appeal. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's possible, but that is a concern that I have, because that unfortunately may mean that the cluster that has the largest growth of a student population and family population in our city is the last on the totem pole for decisions for resolving their issues. So I just wanted to make sure I said that.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. Are there other comments or additional questions or concerns? Okay, Dr. Thompson, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, Ms. Jackson.
Taking a note because Dr. Akbar made such great comments. You talked about the parking.
Dr. Thompson, hold on a minute.
Dr. Thompson, I'm sorry, just real quick, because you talked about it will be like millions to reconcile parking at Leggett, but STEM Middle doesn't have. What? So you're going to have to spend that money at STEM Middle for parking because it's very limited there also, right?
Well, our goal would be to negotiate with the city for access to the parking garage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
A good question.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Dr. Thompson. Next, we're going to pivot to the extended learning time presentation. Madam Superintendent.
Tonight, we have a presentation from College and Career Academy's Expanded Learning Team. They will share with us the plans for the 2023 summer programming launch, which is set to open on April 17th. This is the third year in a row that APS has been able to offer a large-scale programming servicing students pre-K to 12 in everything from early literacy skills to high school credit advancement. So please welcome Marcy Ebright, who is our Director of College and Career Academies, and the Expanded Learning Team of Tiffany Lundy, Desiree Bolden, and Carolyn French.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Otley, board members, good evening. So coming off of all that, I'm so excited to be here tonight and share with you 1 week from today, we get to launch the open registration and sign up for our summer camps. We're really excited. We have been working all year long to really structure, build off of what was done last year and bring a programming this summer that is even more robust, more streamlined and more accurate in our accounting of what's really happening in our schools with our students who are participating. So we're hopeful that at any given time this summer we'll be able to see live time data, what's happening with our students, where they're registered, and what things that they're taking advantage of. So as Mrs. Outley just mentioned, my expanded learning team, we are firmly inside the College and Career Academies department, which makes sense. We do a lot with that expansion, that community involvement. Moving out of school time work is across all of the factors from elementary, middle, and high school in college and career academies. I'm going to ask them to stand because I'm not sure that Miss Lundy she may have been here to be introduced, but I'll reintroduce you to her. Miss Tiffany Lundy took over for Keith Lichty in that position of coordinator of expanded learning, has jumped right into that role this year as far as learning everything that was in Keith's brain and adding in her own and working with the city on our out of school time network expansion. So Miss Tiffany and Miss Desiree, who has been doing our Akron after school, is our manager of extended learning and has brought that expertise and knowledge and has helped us really round out a lot of the work that we've been doing. Karen Moore and Tricia Kelly both aren't here this evening, but they both work in that department, making sure that we're just staying on task with all of the work, all of the programming that's gone on in expansion in secondary schools this year. Over 400 staff members are out there servicing kids right now every day after school, so making sure that they're all getting the resources and materials they need. And Miss Tricia works as our expanded learning teacher, who helps with all of our essential experiences. That's our daytime expanded learning in the elementary. You have on your desks tonight, just so you remember, mark your calendars for your spring showcase with our littlest scholars get to do their performance on the big stage of all the dance moves that they've been learning all semester, so you're not want to miss out on that one. So make sure you get to that. And we also have with us tonight Miss Carolyn French. And Carolyn is here she's from Jobs for Ohio graduate. She has been working in Bookdale and Firestone as a job specialist with that programming. Part of what we're partnering with this year, and you'll see more in upcoming minutes at the board, is that we're working with JOG and APS. She works with them, but she's going to live here in College and Career Academies with us, which is yay. Oh, they like that. See? It's really going to help close a lot of the gaps of opportunities that we've had for kids. We haven't had any one person truly dedicated to this work, and we have some updates for them. So if you have questions as we go along tonight or after, they're all here to help field questions too. But I'm going to move through the presentation up here. Okay. So before we jump into what's happening, as we've been researching this year, we've come across some really great motivators around why after-school programming is important. This one's from the After School Alliance, asking parents about what they think about what happens when kids regularly participate in after-school programming. And the belief is, and the structures are, that they develop strong social skills. It makes sense. When kids have a chance to sit around and have fun with kids who have similar interests as theirs, those social skills develop, right? They help make better decisions. They're motivated to come to school. They're motivated to be a part of something that interests them beyond the school day. They're excited about learning. They improve work habits. They show that they make readings in math and make gains in reading and math, and they have higher graduation rates. Those all sort of make sense, and the research over the years of after-school programming and summer programming backs that up. Additionally, we also know from the research that time where the youth in this community and any community is most at risk is that time from 3 to 7 after school. We've heard that statistic before, right? That's the time where they might be alone, they might be going home, parents are coming home from work after we've let them home from school, you might be a little older siblings are watching them. It's a time where they are at the greatest risk of being victimized, and they're at their greatest risk of falling into behaviors that we don't want them to get into. After-school programming that are quality, that keep kids engaged, help prevent that sort of risk for students. We've also talked about the risk of students who fall into those behaviors having less opportunity to graduate, and we also know the risk to their future stability. So that time in the after-school programming and summer programming when they're not in our normal daytime school hours is really important for their safety. It's also an equity challenge. After school and summer hour represents an enormous untapped opportunity for students. The good news is that quality after-school programs can go a long way towards closing achievement gaps and increasing young people's chances of success in college, in the workplace, and in life. We work with a national Summer Learning Network. They also do after-school programs, but that's part of their work. And she said the other day, every day matters. Every day that they're with us, every hour that we have them with us matters. So I added that little hashtag in there because I just thought it made so much sense for the type of work that we're trying to do. This slide I actually stole from the Summit County Public Health, don't tell them, but there's some key factors. What I really liked about this one was how they pointed to, there's 4 main factors when they're studying what's happening in your city and what contributes to the overall health of the city, right? Social economic factors is 40% of it, health behaviors, clinical care, physical environment. When you look at that chart and what's going on there, you can make the argument that we heavily influence social and economic factors for this community, right? So 40% of the health of this community is based upon the types of activities that we're providing for the youth of this community. Could probably make an argument for health behaviors and the amount of efforts that we have that help prevent and promote healthy behaviors for students and people in the community. Our family resource centers are a prime example of that type of work that we do. So arguably, we affect 70% of the health of the community in Akron as a school system, any school system that resides and serves the community of this school. It's a heavy responsibility. And again, that every hour matters, that we can have the students with us is helping to promote that health and that overall health factors of the community. So what we do is in that impact. I know Lydia Smith over there at Bookdole just melted my heart. So they got their jerseys in a couple weeks ago, and I got several pictures here of our esports kids, and the pride and the sense of, as Mr. Hatcher would say, their tribe, right? I've got my sense of my community. These are my people. This group actually clamored to stay late on Friday evenings for their after-school club, and I mean, how amazing is that? And the pride when they got their pictures and their photos here. But knowing that children spend 80% of their waking hours beyond the school day, how are we making those hours count? One of the things we learned from our National School Network and the Ohio After School Network and other research that I've had the team here pretty much engrossed in, and what we keep coming away with and we see a lot of, is that when students are involved at a 75% or higher 6-week program in the summer, so about 4 hours a day over 6 weeks, that is a combination of academics and enrichment, that's where you see the greatest gains. There is a recipe to this. Now, you want to ask how have we done in the past on that? We've done okay, I guess, because I haven't really had a really good way to measure the number of hours that kids have put in over this time, but we have a solution for that this summer moving forward that we'll be able to more closely see the amount of hours that students are using. I did link in the presentation for you some really great research that we've been pulling from this, from the American Institute of Research around years of summer school and after school programming, and we've used it as a guide for a lot of the work that we've had moving forward. So what's been going on? In semester 1 of this year, the team and I sat down and made a phased work document that sort of said what's our big plans and big boulders we needed to move in order to move into this summer and have a successful summer, and what did we want to do this school year. Starting in semester 1, and this is just semester 1 data. Remember, I told you it's been kind of clunky for us to collect how many hours and times that the students have been putting in without having a collective system to do that. There are hundreds of programs running, right? And they all have their own little Google spreadsheet. So when we want to count up the kids, it is a matter literally of putting all the spreadsheets together, making sure they all make sense, and then counting how many days they put in. So we can see who's there, but it's not always easy to see collectively across the district. So this is just from phase 1, and that would be semester 1. And at that time, in December, the students had put in 15,000 days of after school across and just secondary expansion. So I'm not sure in elementary with our traditional elementary, but that included an additional 1,600 students in 4th and 5th grade that we were able to serve with that expansion, and the other 1,800 students starting in 6th through 12th grade that are represented in these numbers that you see on the screen. When we talked to our facilitators during first semester, we asked them where we saw the greatest successes in programming, where they had the greatest growth, where they had kids that were coming repeatedly. They were sticky programs that kids really bit into and really enjoyed, and were able to explore something that they might not have had a chance to in other avenues. They also indicated, as far as their advertising, they had multiple ways to engage the students. They went into classrooms, they did demonstrations at lunch, they had announcements, they had, parent calls, they did things at, open houses and pick-up nights to promote their programming, to keep it going, and then the kids sharing as they got excited about it. You would see the growth in their program and having the seats, and they needed to hire more people or such to help with the number of students. So that was our first semester, and so this second semester, this last quarter of our plan has been to work this spring to get our summer launch ready. We're going to look at all the scholars who participated. We didn't get a mid-year scholar piece. We wanted to get the feedback from the facilitators immediately to know if there were anything else that they needed. But we're working on collecting scholar and family voice for those students who participated throughout the year in programming to see what was successful for them. So we'll have that data for you. We'll get a final attendance summary for the year to get a total count on students, and we'll be able to assign them credit in their records for things that they attended. We are also preparing our summer leads right now, people who have put in for summer programming. Some of them are coming back that did programming during the school year. A really successful one, surprise, surprise, is Cooking Club. And so they're coming back this summer and ready to cook some more. But things like that, where the teachers are enthused about it and the kids are enthused about it and asking to keep going during the summer. So we're able to provide those opportunities. So we're going to keep working on that. We've been working on expanding more opportunities through second semester. More programming has come online than what you saw on the previous slide. And we're working on program evaluations. Our goal and what we found with the research and how we think we want to move forward is really going to track the number of hours that students are participating in after school and summer programming over time. And at what point do we start to see improvements in their attendance, decreased incidences of behavior, and increased achievement. We have no good way of doing that right now. We are going off of what they call sort of a tier 4 analysis, right? We're looking at the evidence that's been done in research with other school districts. So we got to do our own research here to see at what tipping point do we start to see those improvements for kids, for our kids. So what's happened thus far? We have 2 things happening, and these are linked in your presentation as well. One is an internal site where we brought in all the lead facilitator training, and on that particular site has everything that anybody who's running a program in our school needs to know. It has things about marketing, how to use the software for registration, how to get a building permit through Deb Folk's office. Everything that you would need to know about running a program in our schools is on that page and in one place for everybody to go to, creating their staffing list and budgets. There's also an external site. It is not live until April 17th, so check back April 17th, but that'll be the page where all this public information for summer will be. It's akronschools.com/summer. Super easy to remember. But it'll also be the place where parents will be able to sign in, or students will be able to sign in and select programming. This particular page and program will go on all year long, so it won't be just for this summer. As we have programs in the schools in the fall, students and parents will still be able to see what's available for them in the fall piece of the program and select things for their students to be involved in. This is just a sneak, since I don't have the live site to show you, it looks a little bit like this. They are interactive tiles, so if I were to hover over the drumline icon, it would turn over and gives you a description about what that drumline is, who's eligible to attend it, and where the drum lines are being held. And there are, I think, almost 200 is where we're at when we were trying to count today. We've got quite a few options of pre-K through 12 programming going on across all of our schools. So several things. It'll allow it to be sortable, similar to how it was last year, where I'll be able to choose a school, the grade level my student is going into, and see what's available for them at that school when they're running, and then sign in and select the program. It's going to look similar to a shopping cart experience, where I'll just be able to check mark the things I want my student to be involved in, and it will pre-register them for that at that point. And then the summer leads see it and are able to assign the seats. when we talked to our summer leads, we talked about a couple goals for them. One is that everybody has an attendance goal. I know Dr. Lash has presented to you several times and where we're at with our attendance needs in our district. And so when we spoke with them, that number one for all of them is this attendance piece, that we want kids getting good habits and interested in school and engaged in school. And so that there should be a high focus on getting that routine of attendance for them. And then they were allowed to pick another goal around our focus areas and equity that they were addressing in their individual programs. They also went through all of these different pieces that you would have seen on the site for the staff development. So a little sneak peek back in. This is the teacher side of it, where if I am the owner of the programs, I see all of my programs. I'm able to go in and see the students that are signing up for my program and put them in seats. It allows for instant emails and text messages to go out to those parents who have registered. So once the lead facilitator says, yes, you have a seat in this section, they would get a notification that they're good to go with reminders about when it's starting. Phew. That was a lot. Okay. Thanks. Another really cool thing, which we talked about earlier on, was our work-based learning. So inside with Miss Carolyn French from JOG, our goal, and it's been one of those things that we've struggled with, is just because there's not enough people to pay attention to it. Imagine the logistics of making sure kids have transportation, a place that's close to them, it's matched to their pathway and interest. You have to work with the employer, you have to work with the parent, you have to fill out all the paperwork, and you want to do that for 500 kids. It's very difficult for us to have gotten a work-based learning program launched. So we've spent the last year thinking about all of those things and how we can design to meet those challenges. And the solution was to, in order to get to this goal anyhow, our state reporting will require that 15% of our rising juniors, so this junior class going in, by the time they graduate, need to complete 250 hours per pathway. So if I have 100 kids in one of our college and career pathways, our goal is at least 15 kids in that pathway will hit the 250 hours or better. That's the state goal. That's going to be our goal to get started. And it helps in several different things, and I have them listed up there on the screen for you, where it'll help the student, and it's going to help with our state reporting as that new CCW-MR indicator comes out on our state report card, but also all the requirements needed for graduation. Students can use these hours towards that as well. So how have we come up with a solution for it? We've hired our one central office coordinator through Jobs for Ohio Graduates, House and College and Career Academies. We're in the process of hiring 2 job specialists for each high school. Some schools already have 2. Which have 2 already, Carol?
Brookville and Garfield.
Brookville and Garfield already have 2. Everybody has at least 1. Yes. And we're in the process of hiring out. And then we're launching this summer to serve 300 students in the starting their 250 hours. They may not do their whole 250 hours this summer. Some may be continuing what they started this year. Some may be started fresh. As seniors graduate, they kind of like drop off and we get a new class of kids coming in. But they'll either start or be continuing somewhere in that 250-hour journey, but we'll be servicing around 300 students in this way through the summer. And then they will get oriented with the employer, the student, and placed and supported at a job site. So we're just not going to put them out at the job site and say, good luck. We actually have the job specialists who will be working with them and fielding any questions that they have. They get hired through JOG, so we don't have to worry about all the other needs of paperwork. There's one set of paperwork for them to do and one person that's going to help them with a placement that makes sense for them. If it's something that they can walk to, that's on the bus line, or if they have transportation to get to it, and help to overcome some of those issues. I think our salary is what, $15 an hour? It's pretty good. So for every 50 hours, it's $750 check in their pocket. So we're pretty excited for that for kids. So what we're going to is from basically 0 people that I told you before to now we'll have 2 at every high school, sharing at our job, our specialty high schools. And Carolyn, that brings us to what, 14, 15 people, if my math is correct. So super exciting to go from nothing to 14 staff dedicated to this for our students and making sure these opportunities are available for them. Yes, did you ever? Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll make sure that, yeah. This is all in partnership with JOG. We are investing some dollars to help them support this, but they received grants that are helping fund a substantial portion of this, and we're coming in with some dollars to help with some of that funding towards the salaries for students and things like that too. So, but substantially, most of this is, these are not our employers, these are not new hires, these are all part of the JOG employment group. Thank you. We've also been really busy with our citywide network, and some of you may have seen a lot of this discussion going on where we're working across the city to galvanize and provide equitable and innovative opportunities where all youth, pre-K through age 24, have support services. A lot of our discussions in college and career academies is upon that graduation, that transition time, that there's someone that they know that they can turn to that's still supporting them, making sure that they make it to college in the fall, making sure that they're successful in that first job, answering questions, internships, and keeping them moving as they move out of our work-based learning experiences. How can we transition them into full-time employment or employment while they're continuing school? So that's out-of-school network piece has been going on, and this group has been very active in those discussions. And finally, our year-round, this is aligning it right back to our college and career academies, our portrait work, looking at that real-world skills, that relevant, meaningful pieces, having common, one voice from APS, multiple avenues for communication, those year-round before and after school opportunities that will prepare our students for college, career, and life in the elementary and through the secondary experience. And we've been really kind of laser focused. There's a lot of the work that goes around in after school and summer programming from our portrait, but really focused on those real world experiences. Oh, this is a sneak peek. You guys are, I might get in trouble. Good thing Mark's not here because I'm not sure if I was allowed to show this. This is a billboard concept. It's just this will be going out on some billboards to help promote summer learning. I just wanted you guys to get a sneak peek at it and see what it might look like. But we'll see these young faces showing up quite a bit and these logos showing up quite a bit as we get our marketing pieces out. And looking forward for the fall, again, just continuing right in. My hope and vision is that as students get used to staying in after-school programming and summer programming, that it's just a natural piece of their educational cycle, right? It's not, typically when you say you've got to go to summer school, what does that mean to you?
It's a punishment.
Yeah, it's a punishment. In my day, that was a punishment. Kids now, it's not a punishment. Coming in for summer or staying beyond the school day should be things that are just part of the culture of school. The work-based learning, when I get to be a junior or a senior, my out-of-school time is getting paid to go to a job, right? So it just creates this culture as we're moving forward. So we're going to continue into the fall with this work, so it'll seem seamless. The way to register will seem seamless. We'll keep documenting what students are doing and keeping with the rich programming with the formula that we know works for kids and making sure that that is moving throughout the school year. Okay, are there any questions? You can answer. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Marcy. What a great presentation.
Thank you.
I'm excited about all the
I'm
things that
excited,
you
too.
have shared because this is my type of thing,
Yeah.
right? So a couple of things that I wanted to kind of highlight. This is why I supported the funding of after-school programming and out-of-school time programming for this very reason. Because when students, it doesn't matter if it's a year that we do it, 2 years, if we get extended funding, because it makes a difference. You made mention about the fact that you're using the national norms of the impact of such programming.
Right.
And I've actually done research about, like, local research, but I had a small sample size because I use those who attend my summer camps. And I'm telling you, you can see immediate turnaround within the first semester or quarter of schooling for students that regularly attend that has high disciplinary issues, low academic performance. And the reason being is because they find significance and they gain greater understanding so they don't feel disconnected. So when we're talking about ways to examine district-wide. I have some suggestions to whereas when you get your roster and the attendance, just connecting that with the school that they attend, office referrals, progress reports, and then you can see immediately from the time they sign up to the program, those students who attend regularly, if they have academic improvement, if attendance has improved. And my guess would be I would theorize that it would show that. So I think this is great work that you all are doing. Next, I like how we talk about the how we're galvanizing and we're creating a whole network so that our students can be supported upon graduation. But I feel like a lot of the focus is being placed on them enrolling in college or being employed.
Yeah.
You know, I'm about to say the other E.
Well, entrepreneurship is employment, though.
But it's self-employment. It's not them going for somewhere $15 an hour, because you have some kids that can make a wig and sell it for $1,000.
Yes. Yeah.
That's in the 10th grade. But the reason why but this is all great. Yeah. This is not a slight, because this is great information. My only question to expand upon that, because I can talk to you offline about all the stuff I want to ask. But can they become, for the students who, when we look at trades, can the students become licensed and can they become union, card-carrying union members by their junior and senior year, so that upon graduating, they have real substantial employment, and they are union members of unions or licensed in a certain trade upon graduating?
Yeah, we do have some programming that is getting them in that certificate program that they're ready to go, like community health worker. As far as the trades, finishing up their credentialing while in school and transitioning into the apprenticeship program, paid, continuing that education and training and those practical skills. Mm-hmm. We're getting those students prepared into that pathway, right? So they might transition into it, but it's certainly we'll have more students that are graduating prepared to enter those trade fields and with that skilling and those credentials in their pockets.
Because I was talking to someone in community, they were saying about journeyman, that a student can start at like 16 years old, possibly with a word, and as a journeyman, a carpenter working with another carpenter, that possibly upon graduation, if it aligns, that they could then eventually be in some type. So
we'd be working with our existing partnerships that we have in the schools who have said that they want to take on students in that fashion and give them those sorts of work-based oriented environments. And so, and then of course tapping more people. We have a lot of people that ask to have our kids work for them, but we also want to make sure we're putting them in a quality, highly supported environment, really, and just not, everybody that walks around and says, hey, we're not a job, so we're quality things that the kids are getting the things that they need out of that experience too. There's also something to be said with work-based learning that moves them around sort of a flavor of things. I get a chance to work maybe in a park system outdoors and see if I like that. I get a chance to go to an office setting and see if that's something that I really like. And it's not necessarily that I'm stuck in one thing for the whole 250 hours.
Thanks for
it's
sharing
just meant
that.
to be a variety of stuff.
Diversified, so then they find a sweet spot. Okay, thank you so much, Marcy.
You're welcome.
Dr. Akbar.
Yes, hello. I also want to echo Ms. Jackson. I really appreciate this presentation, and kudos on the award as well. So one of the things I'm thinking about just is about marketing and specifically getting students into the program, into the different programs. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to prioritize specifically marginalized communities and low-income students who live in low-income communities who may most need these opportunities. Because we know that individuals from high wealth or even moderate wealth, as well as just who have a lot of privilege, tend to take advantage of all of these different opportunities. They find them and they will see the billboard. What I'm concerned, and this is not an attack on the billboard, I think that's great. I'm concerned if we don't do multiple approaches, we are going to miss some individuals. So one of the things that I'm thinking about is it possible to even do like a postcard to students who live in, and you might not be able to do it to every student, but it would be great if you could, but if not, to target intentionally students who really could use the support. Also, the NAACP was there was a survey that went out and said that, the Black community in Akron specifically trusted NAACP as one of the most trusted organizations for information. So that might be a great organization to also make sure that they get it out. Churches obviously are huge. The other, Asia Inc., International Institute, but the other population that I want to make sure we don't forget about are our foster youth. So children's services and ensuring that we get that out to them. And then the last thing I wanted to say, which you probably already covered, and I may have missed it, but for those parents and families who want their children to participate in any of these camps or after schools, are there transportation opportunities for them set up, or are they responsible for getting them to and from?
Transportation, as far as in where we have programming where kids are typically transported to their schools, yes, we still provide summer transportation to those programs. If they are being moved, we have a few schools we don't use in the summer because, for example, Firestone Park doesn't have air conditioning, so we don't put kids in there and swelter there, and we move them to another campus. Any students who would have been in Firestone Park get transportation. But on the whole, no. I think it's a staffing, busing, and an availability of people to be able to move all students all over the place. So no. And then secondary, no transportation there either. It is an obstacle. If you want to find me a bunch of more buses and drivers, we can go pick up all the kids, because that is one of the number one reasons why we see that kids aren't taking advantage of them. So, but what's the good news is that every school has something. So something in your neighborhood, in your community. There is in the elementary 6 weeks of full day, 8 to 5 o'clock to take advantage of, every day in the summer. That's free breakfast, lunch, activities, and there's tons of really cool things going on for your kids right in your local community school. So it's not that we only have a few schools that we're hosting stuff in. We're blessed enough to be able to put them at every single school has something going on.
Thank you very much. One of the, just to add to that is I appreciate that. I'm sure you're working on this, but in the past, I know the Family Resource Centers had a partnership with Uber, I think it was, or Lyft, one of the two, and that families and students could use to get to different resources. I wonder specifically about the summer, because even if a student parent may be taking their child to the school during the school day or school year, in the summer it may be more difficult because it's truncated. So I'm wondering if we could offer some type of support in that way, so that families who may opt out of participating because they don't have that transportation and it's not provided because it normally wouldn't be, that there are some opportunities. And I'm specifically talking about intentionally targeting students that we know really need the support. So even if it's not offered to everyone, which I think it should be, but if there's a limited number, if we could really do some intentional targeting, that'd be great.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. I think, let's talk. We have the Family Resource Center and all those, their wealth of opportunities for our students definitely on our radar. And as soon as we were having all the pieces in place, that they could start to communicate to their teams what needs to happen. So thank you for all those suggestions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions or comments? Okay, I have several. The first question I had, Ms. Wright, was I think was really piggybacking off Dr. Akbar's last question, which was, so I know that when we're dealing with students who have things to complete before graduation, we go in that sort of that press mode at the end, right? Where each principal at the high school level, I remember our first on the board, I was amazed by this, right? These principals knew, like, I got 37 kids, and 18 need this, and 12 need this, and 7 need this, and they could tell you all these kids' name top of their head, right? Because they were going to graduate these kids, right? And think about to Dr. Akbar's point, we know that we have kids that need to be in these programs, and there is some self-selection that goes on here, right? Students who are better students better students tend to self-select into these kinds of programs, right? So to that point about the targeting, you know, what I would love to know is, hey, we had these 36 kids in this school that we think really need to be here. How many of the 36 kids that we felt needed this program the most, how many of those kids did we get in?
Right.
4 or 34? Right? I mean, so to me, like that's my challenge, right? Like, you know, if we could do it for high school kids who are graduating, at middle school and grade school level, like I'd love to know, like put together a list, because the teachers know who they are. You know, every teacher can tell you, here are the 3 or 4 or 5 kids that like need these programs the most.
And so could I say to that
Please, yeah.
The teachers are the number one way to get kids in the program.
Yeah.
Those who have personal relationships with
Yeah.
the families and students.
Yeah.
I could hand deliver a letter to each one and shake their hand, but if it's coming from their teacher who's saying, hey, this really cool opportunity, that's the person that they know and trust.
Yeah.
Their school leader, their principals, their counselors, the people that they're familiar with are the voices that best promote summer programming and opportunities like this. The marketing are, in my opinion, the tools that can help them communicate and tell the story and can point them to the landing page.
Yeah.
No one's going to magically discover akronschools.summer, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to find that on their own. They're going to need someone to tell them it's there and someone that they trust and know. So everything else will hit some people, like the billboards and postcards and those sorts of things that'll go out. We'll let them know that programming is available. But I think it's going to take us, we got to build this culture of beyond the day, right? There's more, there's Akron Beyond. There's more here for us than, beyond 330, where there's more for you here too. So I think that as we get that culture up, we'll see that more, but it is the teachers being able to be well informed and inform their families who trust them.
Yeah. So listen, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm all about culture, right? Culture is defined in a lot of different ways, but some of it's tied to the culmination of the task and the rationales behind each task that someone completes, right? So, for example, like what is the impediment? For example, right now we're in April, right? What is the impediment to pulling together a list for this summer of the top 400 kids in the district that most need this program?
There is none.
Okay.
The schools do have those targeted lists. For example, mystery camps in the elementary or the third grade reading academy.
Yeah.
They're looking at those students that they know that they want to tap to make sure that they get in and get registered, and they're personally calling. So as soon as this launch goes out, that army of people just start working and saying, I know who my kids are. Just like you said,
Yeah.
we do so well in our district because we have such a great pulse on our kids
Yeah.
and what their individual needs are, and that they can name in every grade level who are those 10 kids that are going to need those seats to come in and take advantage of these programs. And so
can you pull that together so that way when we get started here in June,
Yep.
can you come back to the board and say, hey, our list, we had 444 kids, and so far we've gotten, it's almost like one of those thermometers.
Yep.
That, our goal, right? I mean, like,
Yeah,
so maybe, each month when you come back, you could say, hey, our goal was 444 kids. We've gotten 70, and now it's 180, and now it's 250.
Yeah.
Is that something that you think is feasible to do?
I think it's very feasible.
Okay.
Because we'll have the
gotcha.
profiles of all the students in the system, so we'll be able to see live time as students are registering.
Okay. Gotcha. And then my last question was, we talk about learning loss, and these programs are very helpful in helping to alleviate that, right? And I think Ms. Jackson, mentioned his comment earlier too, around how those students typically, how we assume because of national data that those students do better the following year, right? But I'd love to know, for example, how many kids did it last year? So we know it was like 4,900 kids, unique kids. I think there were 9,400 kids that participated. I think it was 4,900 like unique
kids, right?
Unique kids, right? So I'd love to know, like, of those 4,900 kids last year, here's what the average GPA was for those kids last year. And so far this year, this is what their average GPA is, and/or test scores, right? I mean, we could talk about what the KPIs are, right? But that to me, like. And that's important because as we think about how we rationalize what this board approves from a budget standpoint, from year to year, what programs we fund, and we know that we're getting into next year and the year after are going to be tighter and tighter budgets, we have to think more about, all right, well, how do I rationalize the programs that we're going to fund, right? Because can't fund everything, right? So as we sort of ask these questions around the data collection piece and the KPIs that you're presenting, that's where that becomes important, because you could say, hey, listen, and there may have been other reasons why kid X, Y, or Z had an improvement in GPA. Maybe his mom or dad found a job, right? Maybe they kicked a drug addiction, right? I mean, maybe they moved in better housing, or the water got turned back on, right? So I'm not trying to sit here and say that all of the credit goes to this program, but I'm simply saying that there's going to be some correlation there that I think we'd all want to be well acquainted with. So that's my other challenge around the data collection piece, and really asking, what is the feasibility of looking at the 4,900 kids last year and how those kids are doing this year, and what was the year-over-year change?
One of our major concerns, the data last year really just counted the seats, right? We knew that kids showed up. Did I know how much time they actually put in? So some might have come, they have what they call sort of low attenders, kids who might have shown up less than 25% of the time. Your mid attenders from 25 to like 74%. And your high attenders who are 75% or more there, right? That's your sweet spot for where you're really going to see impact according to national research. So what we don't have is a good way to say last year of those kids who was there 75% or more of the time, that were the high attenders, mid attenders, low or never attenders. So that was an issue that we immediately wanted to address this year, and that's where this software came in, was a way that we'll be able to track hours of attendance, and at the end of the summer say, okay, this bucket of kids put in 90 hours of time this summer. Let's see how they're going to do versus kids who were low or never attenders, who are similar in profile, right? Who might have had similar attendance issues, similar achievement levels. Did we see any impact and recovery for students who put in more time over the summer? So we haven't had a good way to do that, but we can certainly look at the students who were there and get some preliminary, but I wouldn't trust it as much until you can get some real good, who were they and what did they do type thing.
Well, I think you have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so to your point, I would have settled initially for just tell me who was there even for one day or more, right? Right. And how those kids did from one year to the next, right? And then over time, as we get more sophisticated in how we can slice and dice it with the software, we can drill down in that, right? So we start looking at kids who attended 3/4 of the time or half time or quarter time. But I would think that a kid who even attended quarter time is going to, there'll be some positive impact, some positive lift in the following year, right? Right. And again, so I think that's kind of what we're looking at, trying to get to from a data standpoint.
And we do have that. We have that,
Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. Everything you said, I'm with. The one thing I want to say, though, too, is that we want to look at not only the academic growth, but also behavioral trends. Because if if they have high attendance in after school program, and then maybe even if they go to summer program, I think I'm even more interested in the after school component, because you can see in real timing what's happening in the classroom as far as behavior. And I also want to highlight that when we're talking about academic improvement, I want to see growth. So that doesn't mean they're going to show proficient or advanced or accelerated. I just want to see if they were limited and they were like 620, if they went up to 625, that's growth. But it won't register as growth on the state report card. So that's getting a little in the weeds, I know. But for those lower performing students, to Dr. Hall's point, if we have that attendance record of who's attending and where they are at currently, the lowest performers, to see, because typically it's a correlation between low academic performance and behavior referrals, that if we can start seeing how that pans out. And I agree that the teacher component is going to be who that after school instructor is, because like you had the excitement talking about it, how the book though teacher and it becomes contagious, right? So I think for me that's going to be a very important piece when we're looking at it. And I want us to be aware that it's not necessarily going to show high academic gains, but we want to see, how you eat an elephant at a time, small bit by bit, right? So if we can see small incremental changes, then we know that we are on to something with this program, because I still think it's great. it's great that we're offering this. What a great district that we're offering our kids this. And again, the time that you're taking with this, I greatly just applaud you and your team. Because teamwork makes the dream work. It's intestinal fortitude when you're in education. We do it for a greater purpose. So again, I want to thank you. And thank you, Dr. Hall, for your comments.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? So the last thing I'll say is, again, I just want to encourage, as you're walking these programs, to please develop the KPIs and be able to report back on, the differentials for kids who have and have not. I think that's really integral for us as board members to be able to effectively evaluate, where the dollars should go, right? And if there's a resource issue, you might say, hey, listen, like we can't measure KPIs because we don't have this software. Well, let us know. What do you need, right? Because again, we want to make sure that you have the tools and resources to be able to collect the data that we're asking for, right? So anyway, listen, thank you for your time, Ms. Ebright. We definitely appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson.
I promise this is just, as far as engagement and getting the learners engaged, because as you know, the teachers, trusted source, they spend time with the teachers. Another thing we may want to consider, if possible, is sending out those hot cards. What did you call it, a hot card? But hot card or flyers to churches within our district areas. Because sometimes if the parent won't get them there, they have an auntie, a grandma, someone who will say, they got 7 programs going over there in Akron Public. So we want to inform as many community members as possible because they will engage and get kids to the programming as well. Just that's something a little different to try.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ebright.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we pivot to item 4.1, approval of the previous meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes from 3/27/23 and 4/7/23?
So move. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Perry and seconded by Dr. Akbar. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we move to items 5 through 16, personal recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, President Hall. I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16.
Is there a motion to approve the personal recommendations?
So moved.
So, okay, it's been moved by Ms. McKittrick. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we'll move to item approvals of resolutions and motions in the consent agenda. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in category 21. They are in proper format, and I move their approval.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Akbar. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Jackson. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Okay, next we move to item 23, business affairs recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
President Hall, I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
Is there a motion?
So move.
It's moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Ms. McKittrick. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
No on 23.5, 23.8, 2310, and 2311. Yes on the rest.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye. The motion carries. Next, we move to Superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Dr. Thompson, can you please do me the honor of grabbing that? Thank you. The photo that's on there. Can you stand right here for me? Can you hold it? Yep. While I read about it? Okay.
Oh, wow.
Good evening. I would like to bring your attention to this beautiful artwork. It was completed by Michaela Foreman McKnight. She is a 12th grade student at our APS Online and Advanced Placement Studio Art student of Patrick Daughtery at Firestone CLC. Awarded the Gold Key through the Scholastic Art Competition for another piece of artwork, the Gold Key Award is presented to those who demonstrate the highest level of achievement in originality, personal voice, and technical skill. Michaela's inspiration for this artwork, these specific paintings, will be included as a portion of her portfolio submission. Michaela chose to use individuals whose distinctive dress and grooming choices spoke to their individuality. Michaela interviewed the models before painting them to get their perspective on the importance they gave to their looks and how they reflected their individual personalities. Dr. Akbar, would you please come up and join us?
I was just saying I want that.
So, Dr. Akbar, tonight, Michaela and your board colleagues are presenting you with this gift of artwork to signify your care and concern for each individual student in our district. You are leaving a legacy of ensuring equity is being red-threaded through our practice. Your work will remain a constant reminder that our scholars do not all start from the same place, and that we must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances so all our scholars can thrive and persist through graduation and beyond. Congratulations. There's just one additional Be Kind 330 I was asked to share, which includes one of our secretary, Daphne Velasco, is a secretary in the Teaching and Learning Department. And she shared a Be Kind 330 story with us about her sister, Diane Velasco, who is a teacher at North High School. She wanted us to know that Diane's kindness has spread to many of our scholars and families at North High School. She has helped families with food, delivering new beds donated from her church, a clothing closet, and free formal dresses for homecoming. She goes to the Akron Canton Food Bank every week before her day starts at North High School. She has spent her time on the weekend and after school picking up donated formal dresses for the homecoming dances. She has had the clothing closet for 6 years now, the food pantry for 4 years, and homecoming dress giveaway for 5 years. Kindness is Daphne sharing about her sister, and kindness is all that Diane has done to help our APS scholars and our families. Kindness can also be spread by anyone sharing this story. If you want to help, please reach out to Diane at North High School. And again, thank you, Diane, for spreading kindness through all that you do. And that does conclude the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So next we move to President's Report. And I wanted to thank Ms. Otley for helping prepare this proclamation of appreciation for Dr. Akbar. I'm going to read it. So Dr. Akbar, PhD. Whereas Dr. Akbar has served children, staff, faculty, and administrators as a member, vice president, and president of the Akron Public Schools Board of Education since 2020, and has now decided to resign from his position, we recognize his accomplishments. And he has paved a clear path, whereas he has paved a clear path for community members to speak before the board and held a passion for transparency from public organizations. He also prioritized academic achievement, equity, and engagement within the district's vision and strategic plan, setting goals and metrics for success through the Advanced APS 3 and 3 plan. And Dr. Akbar led the board during challenging times of the COVID pandemic, eliminating standardized pre-screening and hiring practices, required data transparency, and required a more diversified curriculum through the Racism as Public Health Crisis Resolution. And whereas during COVID, he helped pass the Keep Their Pay Whole pandemic resolution so that hourly staff was paid its average weekly hours from March through June of 2020, regardless of there being enough work to clock. In addition, in respecting the human dignity of all APS staff and students, Dr. Akbar championed a gender pronouns and chosen name policy while also creating an equity committee of the board, and both they recognized the important racial equity policy and the new position of the Chief Diversity Officer, while also formally recognizing Juneteenth as a holiday, allowing staff the day off with pay. And whereas he also protected jobs during the pandemic after a proposal was made to lay off 1,200 positions 1 week after COVID hit the community, Dr. Akbar urged the district to work with the unions and find innovative solutions to keep them employed at least until the end of the school year. And whereas he initiated a live streaming policy, ensuring all meetings would be available the same day to view at any time, and he formed an ad hoc committee on district communications that produced substantive recommendations for the district to increase its communication and engagement with the most marginalized in the district, such as English as a second language families and low-income communities. And whereas Dr. Akbar initiated a livable wage policy that resulted in 20 job classifications with the lowest pay earning as much as $3 more per hour in its first phase, now implemented. He has also mandated community notification and public engagement no less than 30 days prior to the school district boundary line changes, and directed the open and transparent superintendent search to offer the community and stakeholders an opportunity to engage with candidates and an option to provide feedback to the board. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Board of Education of the Akron City School District, County of Summit, State of Ohio, Section 1, that Dr. Akbar is recognized for his outstanding leadership and service as a member of the Akron Board of Education from 2020 to 2023. Section 2, that sincerest appreciation is extended to Dr. Akbar by his colleagues. And Section 3, that a copy of this resolution be made part of the permanent record of the Akron Board of Education, and that a copy be presented to Dr. Akbar. Dr. Akbar. Dr. Akbar, we want to give you a moment or two if you had anything you wanted to say. I know that we...
Well, if you're going to give me the mic.
I'll give you the mic, sir.
Well, I've said, at the last meeting what I was proud of, which I am. I'm hopeful that, as we talked about the last point here and even last meeting, livable wage is one of the things that I'm most proud of. Even though I'm proud of everything that we've done together, I think that's the most important thing. We've done it together. Even if I might have initiated it, we've done it together, and we've been able to come together despite what everyone says or what some people in power want to portray. This board has been more together than other entities of our government. And so I'm so proud of you and so proud of our work. And hopefully today we will do the final phase of the livable wage priority where we will see, all of our staff, the ones who are the lowest earners, earning a bit more, showing that they are not only valued, but we know that their dollar also support our young learners, and so we are supporting our community as a part of the economic engine of Akron and Summit County. So that's the thing I wanted to say, and this just thank you to each board member. And the district administration. I failed to mention some of the district administrators. I know I shouted out Yvonne Clover, but obviously I have to do that again because she was my entry into the district 12, 13 years ago. But I've worked with so many different people in this district. Mrs. Sabetta at North, working at Garfield, working with going all the way back to Ms. Gordon at Bookdale, and subsequently Mr. Hopkins, and just being able to be in those different schools, working with our young people, helping them think about college, helping them think about different careers in education or hospitality management, which are two areas that I worked with for those three to 4 years, and then even the mentorship is been so amazing, and I don't plan on stopping. So I want to just make sure I make that clear. Just because I can't hold elected office, you may see me requesting to address the board on some issues, and I promise you I'm really serious about that. I will still watch the meetings because it's that important where the education goes in our community, which this is the only place I've ever owned a home. This is my second home that I've owned here, and where it goes to schools is where it goes to community. So I'll always be invested in Akron Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Artbauer. And happy to give you the mic anytime. So the last part of my report, just quickly, just to echo the earlier conveyed sentiments of board members during the community reflections phase around Governor Wine's visit. Again, Ms. Autry and Ms. Jackson, myself, that we're all there. We were super happy to have the attention properly shown to the work that's been, very excellent work that's being done by Ms. Davis out there and that staff. I do have to reflect, though, that anybody that talks about kids today are not as smart as kids in yesteryear is just so wrong. Because I don't know that I could have learned to read in today's environment. And macrons, it was just, you get to learn a whole vocabulary. I was just super, and these kids had it down too. They had it down. And I was at the end. I was trying to chant along too. Close sound, separated. I'm like, so. That's my second or third time sitting through that class. So, so super impressed with those young people, and then also too, cell phone summit. So I want to thank the superintendent and Ms. Autry for being there for that. It was good to hear student voice, and I just want to make sure that we applaud how respectful the students were, because we've been in forums before where. That hasn't always been the case, so I just want to commend, the East High School staff and the other staff members that I know had a part in ensuring that the students were able to ask what they wanted to ask, but ask it in a way that was respectful. Because oftentimes it's not what you ask, it's how you ask it, right? Mm-hmm. And they just did a really excellent job of. I was so impressed with them as young adults, and so they all and their questions, and they brought up things that we hadn't thought about before, which is the whole point. At least one of the main points was that, so I just wanted to say how appreciative I was of being able to be the recipient of their very excellent feedback, and also too, I just want to acknowledge, we've had folks from the STEM Executive Committee that have reached out. And had a meeting with them as well. Went very well. Also met with the National Inventors Hall of Fame staff as well. And so again, want to thank them both for very positive and productive meetings. I keep saying that that we need to continue to work to create safe spaces for rational discourse. And even though we may not always agree on every point, it's important to have those open lines of communication. And so again, I want to thank those groups as well. So that's my report. And are there any questions? Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to just take a moment just to acknowledge and thank Dr. Akbar for his service. And as he mentioned earlier, our relationship predates this board. In fact, I was so happy that you chose to serve on the PTA with me. I learned so much from you, and I know you were encouraging me to consider school board. So I guess I'll thank you for that. But thank you for that though, really. And so, this board, we came on together in 2020, experienced a lot. None of us were campaigning on COVID, right? And so that came, and I recall you just being so brave and willing to step into leadership, in your first year. And to me, that's amazing, because I know I wanted no parts of it. I don't think most of us did, but you were willing to do that, and you helped lead us through some really challenging times. And as you stated, despite what anyone says, we won't know what we experienced together, what we worked through together, and what we accomplished together. But it's because of you initiating so many of these things, and I'm proud to be a part of that. And so I just wanted to thank you for your bravery, for being an inspiration, help keeping us focused on what really matters, and that's the children. And so thank you, and good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Autry. Any other thoughts or comments? Okay. We'll go to Treasurer's report.
No report.
No report. Okay, we'll go to committee reports. Legal, policy, and contracts. Dr. Akbar.
Yes, as my last act as the chair, I will give a very long report. No, but seriously, thank you for the opportunity to serve. We have no report for today. Thank you.
That was good. You had me going there. I'm like, very long report. I'm like, here we go. All right, 7 years ago. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. All right, Finance Committee.
Thank you. We have no report. We will be resuming our meetings Monday. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Autry. Instructional policy and curriculum.
Thank you. I would ask you first to look at the links in the agenda for College and Career Academy updates, Family Resource Center updates, Stay in the Game updates, expanded learning updates, and especially the Bookdale CLC presentation. There's been a long conversation about Bookdale and the new tech philosophy versus College and Career Academy. So we had a presentation at the last Instructional Policy Committee meeting, and the outcome, I guess, of those months of weighing the two is that Bookdale is going to be a College and Career Academy school. And so the next phase of that, of course, is to transition that the students and the faculty there over to the College and Career Academy. And this does a couple of things. First, it maintains the continuity of the College and Career Academies throughout the district. And so for both faculty and our scholars, no matter where they come from, if they choose a pathway at Bookdale or vice versa, then they maintain that fidelity to that programming. And also for any faculty who may move around the district, then they also will go into that situation knowing exactly what will be expected of them. And really, that's the report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKittrick. Any questions? Okay. Next, we go to Equity Committee.
No report.
No report. Okay. Next, move to. There's no unfinished business. I don't have anything here for new business. So next, we'll move to item 31.1 to recess into executive session pursuant to ORC 121.22. And I just lost my server, so I can't read the rest of the motion. Can someone do you have it up there as well? Sorry.
for the purpose of considering the employment or dismissal of a public employee or official of the school district. G2 for the purpose of considering the purchase of property for school district public purposes. G4 for the purpose of reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation or other terms and conditions of employment. And G8 for the purpose of considering confidential information related to specific business strategies.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please. Mr.
Mrs. Autry? Yes. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Motion carries. We are in recess at 8:25. think we're up.
I gave it to him.
Are we good? Yeah, I think we're back on. Okay. Okay, all right. Welcome back to this board meeting, April 10th. We are reconvening at 10:45 p.m. on Monday evening. We have two resolutions we need action on. Can I get a motion to approve Resolution 23-048? It's a tentative agreement between the Akron Board of Education and the Service Employees International Union Local 1.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. McKittrick and seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please. Mr. Atkins?
Dr. Akbar, Mr. Alexander, Mrs. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Ms. Jackson, Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4 votes to 0. Okay, next we have Resolution 23-049, which is a resolution to provide administrative employee salary increases. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Ms. Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please. Mr. Atkins?
Ms. Jackson, Mrs. McKittrick,
No.
Dr. Akbar, Mr. Alexander, Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Yes. Okay. All right. Is there any new business? Let's see. No new business here. All right. That is it. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Okay. It's been
Second.
moved by Mr. Perry, seconded by Ms. Autry. Any discussion? Okay. Roll call, please.
Mrs. McKittrick, Dr. Akbar, Mr. Alexander, Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Okay. Motion carries, and we are adjourned at 10:47 p.m. on April 10th. Have a good night, everybody.